Good morning, everybody. Oh, the sun's in my eyes there. The sun literally just came out as soon as I started the stream. Typical. Oh, out here in Spain, it was a bit of a crazy day yesterday. There was a lot of flooding being reported on the news, as far from Barcelona all the way up to Valencia. Rivers bursting their banks and everything. Crazy, I'm telling you. Right, so what are we doing? Trying to build GUIs. Still, 2 months later, we haven't even chosen a GUI framework yet. So what we're trying to do is meet some requirements to build a sort of like test case to evaluate GUI frameworks. We've been trying Iced for a few days. We've done a few live streams on it. I did some work on it yesterday, but not too much. So we're going to crack on with that today. Let's look at the IDE. Here we go. So I put the requirements in the repo as well now, because previously they were just in they were in my log sec. They were in this, right? So I pulled those out of there, updated them a little bit, and I've put those in the repository itself. And I'm just updating it, making sure everything's on there. And putting little checkboxes on it to indicate which things we've actually got. And I'm just adding the thing about the home button. Let me just quickly add this. So we want a home button that when clicked shows the home tab, but if the home tab is already present, tab is already open, it should switch to it. There we go. Right, let's do a commit. Look at that, commit first thing in the morning. Amazing. We're only a few minutes into the stream and we've already got a commit. Amazing. Righto. I think I've spelled resizable wrong as well. There we go. There we go. Right. So where are we at the moment? This is where we are. Right. So we've got a home tab, and we can also open. Well, we can also have it so that documents are opened on startup if the config file for the application has a list of files in it, like this, for which there is an example, right? And we can display the text for the examples, and we can display an image. I clarified the requirements for the image because I wanted it to be top left justified and then never go smaller than 1:1 ratio, and fit the content to the smallest side of the image. But that is proving somewhat difficult with Iced. It can be done, but you have to fap about in order to do it. I also started adding this little sidebar thing over here. Ideally there needs to be like a little divider over here so that we can show the left and the right of it. And when we close documents and then close the app and restart the app, the same documents that were open are now reopened when the app starts up. The show on startup apparently works. Let's show that again. So again, now we haven't got the home thing, and we can add the home, and the show on startup is unticked, and we can tick it and close the app and start it again, and then it's displayed again. All right, great. So that's where we are. So we can tick this, I suppose. Let's try doing opening files. Should we try doing opening files, or should we finish the sidebar? Let's do a bit more work on the sidebar, and then we'll go to the open things. All right then. So the sidebars are supposed to display information about the file that's open. I started adding it to the document one, and I started creating a reusable sidebar with a view that has a view on it, right? And I was trying to get it so that the information bit is displayed at the top, and then there's going to be rows underneath it which have two things: a label on the left and a value on the right. So let's do a little bit more work on that. What I tried to do was have this information bit here rendered at the top, but it's rendering it in the middle. I don't know why. So I created a column with a label on it, and then I added a horizontal space. I get very confused by the layout stuff. There's an example called layout. Let's bring up the structure. There's an example called layout, right? Inside which it's got some code which does stuff. So we've got a column to lay out widgets vertically, which is fine. And it's got an example of how to do a sidebar here, but this content here is centered, whereas this content here on the right hand side is aligned to the top. So maybe we can look at this to see how this is aligned to the top and why this isn't. So it's got some content which is scrollable apparently. Height, fill, column, align Y, center. So there's no like center Y, see, so it's saying the sidebar is centered on the Y axis, but the content is not centered. You see, it's a bit, it's odd. I don't understand why some bits might be centered and some might be not. Oh, I suppose. Oh, that's probably why. Maybe I borrowed a bit too much. Let's get rid of that. No, don't run that. Run the right thing. Okay. There we go. That's good, I guess. Why is the background of it changed colour now? There's a rounded box style which changed the background colour. I don't know. Okay, fine. What I kind of wanted to know is how to change the background colour of an element. Now in MakerPad this took me quite a while to work out. Let's just search the examples for background colour. You can set a border colour. Up here, what is this? So they create styles in a module. Let's have a quick look at this. So they create a mod called style, and then they've got methods on it which return a container style. And then when does this get used? And then you call style with that thing that returns a style. Okay. See, I was expecting, I don't know, something else on here, like can I even call style on this? No. How? So how do I style a horizontal space? What is a horizontal space? It's a space. Can you style a space? I mean, I don't know. You can make a space have a width and a height and a layout. Why can't I add a style to it? Am I supposed to be able to add a style to it? I don't know. So you see, because there's all this magic like into malarkey going on, you've got no, it's not very discoverable here. Like I've got a string and I can do string things with it, right? But this gets turned into a label due to some magic. Well, it's not really magic, but just basically due to stuff that happens in this macro. So it's not very discoverable to try and find out how you style a label. Is there a method label? No. Was it text? And then I can style text, right? I've got color. Is there a background? No. Like, where does the color method come from? So if you can set style, you can set a color, right? But what about the background color? Color maybe. Well, I guess we have to create a style. Do we think there's any documentation for style? Pub-struct style, the appearance of some text, which the only thing you can do with is a color. Okay, so there's text style, but let me just look at this container, because maybe that had a different style thing on it, which you can do more things. So container's got a background. So if I want to set the color of some text, I have to wrap it in a container? It seems a bit odd. So what? In order to set the color of a horizontal space, I have to go container horizontal space dot back. I thought there was a background color. I literally just saw background on. No, there's no method to do it. So we have to go style. And then what? Container style. How do we do this? I thought this method was it's creating a new instance of it, but there's no new method. Pub font, so import style, we've got color, we've got background. So why is that not working? Let's just make foo. And are these public? So while I can do that, what's the problem with doing this? Is there... Is there no new method on style? There's not. Okay. Hi, social media refugee. The evals are interesting. At the moment, I'm trying to work out how to set the background color of some space. But it turns out that's non-trivial. Because you have to wrap it in a container and so on. At the moment, my feeling is that ice probably might work for this project, but I don't really enjoy it. That's probably the best way to summarize it at the moment. I've not been blocked by anything yet. It seems pretty mad to me to have to do this, though, to set a background color. I thought you were supposed to do that. No? Is there no default for this? Oh, you have to go dot. I just want to set a background color. Why is this so difficult? And then is that really what I have to do to set a background color? Great. Now we've got clashes with that. Why is it called text? I mean, text is just, it's a label. I suppose, I guess label could be a specialised form of text, I suppose, but oh god, here we go. No, just what are we supposed to do here? It's a function that implements this, but it takes a theme. I mean, is that what we have to do to set a background colour? Surely not. Well, no, we've not actually set a background colour yet. And it wants a background. Oh dear. Just what? Right, so I was trying to do that and to get these things. Colour. And what import has it managed to... It's picked the enum there accidentally. Okay. Come on. Is there a bunch of constants? There is sort of a bunch of... let's just make it... I'm just looking for grey. Like... Oh dear. I would just want grey. I thought there's a bunch of constants. These constants. You've got black, and you've got white, and you've got transparent. And interestingly, there's no transparent black and transparent white like there was in that the last framework that we looked at. So that's interesting. I just want grey. Is there not a set of constants that I can use to do colours? Because a lot of other frameworks, they use a library which has got a whole bunch of defined colours which are sort of like common across lots of web applications and all this kind of thing, right? Maybe there's a converter for it or something, but let's just search the examples for grey and see if anyone else uses grey. Is it spelled with an E? Oh God. No. Dear. Like, what constants am I referring to here? So the constants that I'm referring to, where's my GUI for Cushy, for instance? I don't know. Let's just go back into this. So there's a background color. These things, right? I set a background color on something in 2 seconds in Cushy. Right, I did it, look. And these are the constants that I'm trying to find, right, inside Iced. And they come from, I don't know, there's some, yeah, this is part of Cushy. Well, it's another crate that is written by the same author, which is specifically for Cushy. And there's a bunch of constants, and then other GUI frameworks have these same list of constants. And I don't know, maybe they exist somewhere in Ice, but I couldn't find them easily. And I wanted to set a color, and I could do it like in 2 seconds, which was nice, right? Let's go back to Iced and see if we can fail more at this. I've got 4 lines of code, and I still haven't actually found grey yet. And also I had to wrap it in a container before I could set the colour. This is what I mean by, like, it's passable, but it's not nice. Not by a long shot. I mean, is this really the way that you do this? Look, I've got the horizontal space. I just want to go colour or background colour on it. No. You can't set style on it, so you have to wrap it. Container. There's no background method on container. There's no color method on it, right? So you have to use style. Yeah, this is how you are supposed to do it. I mean, that is actually what you're supposed to do. I don't like that. Not yet, anyway. So let's just... yeah, I just want to create a temporarily add a color to it, so I can see where the actual where the thing is. There is this explain thing, perhaps, which might also be helpful, but and then the other example of doing that was. Oh yeah, dot style. Huh. It's funny that the thing that I'm looking at is actually coming from a gist and not from the main Iced code base. So it seems like all Iced code base uses, they put everything in functions which create styles. And yeah, and they do actually do this. But So what style is... So on a container there's a background. Ah, yeah, I see, right. So yeah, it's really not very discoverable, this. So it looks like the other way of doing this is not you doing this, but going container, background, and then let's see where this is used everywhere. And then you're still supposed to... Oh, God. Just trying to find an example of where this is used, yeah. And they do this. What? Pair, colour, what's it? And there's weak and there's strong. I don't know why there might be two of these things. Into the weeds, looking at themes now. So yeah. So we have to go colour, and then we would add a web colour. Can I just go grey like this? Do you think this is going to work? No. Why? I was really just expecting to find a whole bunch of constants for colours. I don't know. 444 then. And now this is complaining because background is a really? Is it like this? No. This background is a what? This parse might fail. Who thinks it's actually going to change the background? No. Just... Where is it? Oh dear. Let's try styling this with a different colour. Let's make it red. So I couldn't style my horizontal space even if I wrapped it in a container. So apparently the entire sidebar background is this. So do I need to then make this height fill or something? I hate GUI styling stuff. and it's a length fill, and let's do the same for the width. Oops, I'm changing the wrong thing. Okay, so I've got a red background, but now for some reason my sidebar is containing, no, it's basically grown, which is not what I want. So I guess I need to do something else other than this. What is it? How do you set pixels? Something that implements length. So you can go pixels. What? Oops. Yeah. Yes, social media refugee. The MakePad stuff, I'm really not sold on it at all. I'm really not sold it. I'm not aligned to the thinking of the authors of MakePad either. Like, in some regards, yes, and in other regards, completely no. It's the code base just feels extremely messy when compared to all of the other GUI frameworks that I've looked at. It was the messiest one by a long way. It wasn't nice, and it's the one that had so many things, but all of the things in it just felt unfinished. Like, all of it just felt unfinished MakePad UI. What it feels like is that the focus of the developers that are making MakePad is just split all over the shop. It's like, we'll work on this today, work on this today, we'll work on this today, as opposed to like getting something done and working. I understand sort of where they're coming from, because they're trying to build their little studio app and they're trying to add something to this to make that work, and then they're trying to complete the functionality, but it sort of resulted in a framework that's, I don't know, it feels very incomplete, ropey, woolly, and not fantastically consistent. And where's the community around MakePad UI as well? And even just things like the repo layout and the crate layout, and it was just not pleasant. Was it pixels? From, and then what? Let's say 200? Is that how you're supposed to do it? Is this how everyone else creates pixels? No, apparently that's just me. How are you supposed to set a width of something? See, why is it my first guess for all this stuff is always wrong? It's like, how are you supposed to set the width of something? Something that, you know, should be fairly trivial. But my first guess is always wrong. Like, this is the only place in the entire code base that goes pixels from, right? So if you don't do pixels from, then what are you supposed to do? Are you supposed to import a trait and then go dot pixels on the end of the number or something? Are we supposed to go 200 dot pixels or something like this? You know, this kind of thing? Yeah. Or is it called pux? No. You see, my guess is... Why are my guesses always wrong? What is wrong with me? how do you set width of something in pixels? Let's have a look at another example, because it's not clear from this how you're supposed to use pixels. There's a from. Is it just, does this magically work? If I've imported this, do you just specify the number? How do we know that this is pixels? I mean, it could be a percentage. Fine. Right, now I've got my red thing. Right, but we still don't have this grey background on this. Why? So why doesn't this work? Should this have a height of? I mean, the whole point of using horizontal space is so that it's a space that takes up the whole width. Should I actually be really creating a different kind of space? Which is width and height. Okay. I don't like this API because you don't know which one is width and which one is height just by looking at the code. I mean, what's wrong with doing space? I mean, would it be not nicer if you did like this? With that, at least you know which one's which. This, meh. Does that even work? There's no. Is there a method to do it? No. I mean, you've got. Yeah. Is that what we're supposed to do? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. All these size, it's like, ugh. GUI stuff, it's just painful. It really is. Right, now, finally, I've got a grey background to my sidebar. Amazing. And I've got some red text. So the text has inherited the sidebar container style, which then gets overridden by this one. That's sort of what I expect, but the way you have to set a background colour is madness, in my opinion. And these are just opinions. It's not how I would write it. I wouldn't do this because this is entirely undiscoverable. It's entirely undiscoverable, this is. It's not like, what is this as well? What type is this? Let's just put U32 and try and compile it and see what the error is. It's supposed to be a theme. So you can get the theme and then get things from the theme, like primary colours, secondary colours. I suppose that's not entirely hideous. So when you style things, you get a reference to a theme. And then what? You can do stuff with the theme. And then you can get the colours from it, I suppose. Yeah, okay, that bit's not totally hideous, I suppose. But this is not discoverable at all. The fact that this background method is living in a module as opposed to a method on the container itself. Sure, I get that this method thing here is reusable. Yeah, okay. I mean, I'm learning here, but you know. So apparently there's a method called dark. Which needs the theme. Let's try this. But it changes the text color as well. What does that do? It made it like that. Wait, what? Sure. Okay. Just run this again. Oh dear, what have we done? I've got one too many semicolons. So I've got a sidebar and it's dark. That'll do, I suppose. Okay. That's enough fapping about trying to set colours for now. But at least we can visualise where the different spaces are and what we had to do. So we've got this to do here, right? Let's just delete these. Let's do sidebar work in progress. So where this sidebar is used, right, we create a sidebar when we create an image document. But in the sidebar, what I want is a label and a value, and a label and a value, or a label and an element, or something like this. I don't know exactly what yet. But let's just go with just labels at the moment. So we've got two texts. So if we were to create our sidebar, how would we... And we're trying to make a reusable sidebar component here. We want to add some things to it. If we had a vector inside the sidebar which had a sidebar item, and the sidebar item had a name so that you could access it by name later, and then it had a sidebar item kind enum, which could be text or label row or text row or something like this, as opposed to like a number row or something. Let's try doing that. Yeah, okay. So we've got this path. Let's just pull out sidebar at the moment. Here we go. Let's try adding, like, create the UI for how we want the sidebar to work. Let's create the API for how the sidebar wants to work. So if we go sidebar default, right, we're just going to make it mutable, and then we're going to put it in here, right? So we've got our sidebar. So if we go sidebar.add item sidebar item, let's say text, and we'll call it path. And we'll make a constant for this. Yeah. Right, and then it's going to need to take the path, right? It's going to... I don't know. And give it a string, something like that. And then if we wanted more of these, we'd continue that. Yes, I am using Rust Rover. I use the IntelliJ IDEs. I prefer them over all the other IDEs that I've ever tried for code editing and refactoring, but not for debugging. Like Eclipse is like way better at debugging, especially when it comes to embedded stuff. Things like the memory views and disassembly views and all the rest of it are just like way better in Eclipse. But for code editing and refactoring, and the refactoring stuff is one of the really strong points in all the IntelliJ IDEs. The debugger's okay, but the UI for the debugger isn't fantastic. So we're going to add a sidebar item like this, I suppose. Let's just put this like this for a moment. Yeah, like that. So we try and create this API. So We need a sidebar, needs an enum. Enum, it's going to be public. Sidebar item, and it needs the text one. And all sidebar items are going to have a string, and this one has another string. Well, yeah, I suppose putting static on it's not totally hideous. Sure. Right, so we've got a sidebar item. Fantastic. Variable might be uninitialized. Why is it saying... Oh. That would help. And we're going to do this. So we've got a sidebar. And it's the ID's done that. So I suppose we go self.items.push and then item. Right? So then we need items, which will be a vec of sidebar item, I suppose. And this needs to be mutable. Sure. So now we can do this, right? So what? How do I create a column and add all the elements to it in the middle of this? Should I have a... I suppose we could have it so it's got a title thing and then another container inside that with the items, just to make life easier. It's probably not a totally hideous idea. Items. So let's just go items here. And we'll go let items is a column. And then this macro uses like these, but really we want to go column and then what? Self dot items iter and then map each one of those to the view method, perhaps. And then what? Oops. And then collect them. Something like that. We don't have this method yet, so I suppose we need to create that. Import sidebar item pub fun view, which returns what? An element of something, and then what's it going to return? It's not that. It must be sidebar message, item message. I mean, what does this return? This returns sidebar message. Let's just reuse this one now until the items can actually return something. Then what? Okay, I guess we match self. Oh. And then if it's a text one, we've got the key, which is going to be unused, and then we've got the value, which is the string. Oh, we've done this wrong. Inside our image thing, we need to add a third argument. So if we want to update this later, which we're going to need to do for like the state ones, like the last click position, then we need to access it, right? But it also needs to have a title, which is the bit that you translate. Something like that, maybe. And now we've got a title and this. So then we're supposed to create what? A container? Yeah, but I need this is going to be a nightmare. The problem is now that if all the labels are different lengths, they're not going to be aligned nicely. So really we want like a grid. Right, so if I add two sidebar items and they've both got different length titles, and then can you split a thing by 50% somehow? Let's just put them in it and then deal with the horrible rendering issues that are going to occur at a later point instead of trying to solve that right now. Right, so what are we doing? We're going to have a container. No, we're going to have a row. And it's going to have a title in it. And it's going to have a value in it. And then what is this length fill? Wait a second. What's this fill portion all about? Oh, I see. Do you go fill portion? Wait. Oh, I see. Right, so we can go fill here. Come on. And then here we can go length fill portion 1, perhaps. And then we do the same for the other one. And then try and get rid of all this horrible redness that's going on. Right, and then we have to call dot into on the end of this, I think. Because here we've got a row, but we need an element. Maybe that works. Oh, I'm supposed to use double quotes. Let's use uppercase for this. It doesn't really matter. Oh. So we don't need a collect. because it's something that uses into iter. All right, so we've got items. Do we think it works? Do we think we're going to see the path? How's it going to render? What problems are we going to get? Place your bets. Place your bets. Yeah, social media refugee, there is a debugger for Rust, but the Rust plugins for Eclipse aren't very good yet. It seems that most of the community for around Rust is using the hideous Visual Studio Code, which is basically a text editor and not an IDE, or some random Emacs style editor or something like this. And nobody seems to do any real work with embedded systems using Rust in an IDE, and I'm the only one, apparently. And therefore, the Eclipse Rust plugin has not been given any love by anybody. Yeah. Let's have a quick look. Eclipse Rust plugin. The last time I checked, it was a bit meh. I mean, it worked. Oh, has it had an update? It's, yeah, this one. And there's also this now, apparently. They've actually done a separate version of Eclipse for it. Yeah, screenshots. Here you go. Yeah. So yeah, it's got all the memory views and all the rest of it. So if you're doing, and all the disassembly views. So if you're doing low-level embedded development work, like I was until fairly recently, then it's just like so much better. Like if you want a single-step assembly instructions and look at your registers and all your memory views and all this kind of stuff at the same time while you're implementing a preemptive task scheduler like I was doing a couple of years ago. And it's perfect. And the IntelliJ one didn't really keep up with that. I created some issues on the JetBrains issue tracker with my thoughts around it, because you couldn't modify a register value in place. So you could see the registers, but you couldn't change the values on them. So I think they have improved it a little bit now over the last year or so, or 2 years, inside Rust Rover. But the Eclipse one was still way better when I was doing some serious work in it a couple of years ago. So what have we got? Right. Why? Oh, right, yes. Yeah. So, we've got information here, it says. We've got path, and we've got examples. Let's just center this information thing so that it doesn't look like it's part of the path thing. Let's see what happens if we try doing that. No. So do we have to go width, length, fill? Yes, there we go. So we've got information in the middle, then we've got path, and then we've got the path. Now, sure, it displays the path, right? But, no. No. It's just, no. What you want is a single row with no wrapping, right? Yeah. And then ideally what you want is a handle on this little sidebar so that you can drag it and move it left and right. Okay, let's do a commit. Okay. Okay. But before we do that, let's reuse the sidebar on the text documents as well. So our image document is creating a sidebar and adding an item to it. And then it's got stuff like this, and we've got a sidebar, and we have a sidebar and a container. So we need to make the other one do the same kind of thing. So our text document doesn't have a sidebar. So we're going to give it a sidebar. And therefore, the new method is going to have a sidebar. And therefore, we need some stuff. We need a sidebar and some stuff in it. And we also need a path thing. And I'm duplicating this because each image, each document type can have its own list of things that it wants in its own sidebar, as opposed to reusing it. So we've got path, we've got this, and we've got the same names for things. Probably okay. But now we need to poke the view method again. So we need to create our sidebar the same way we did before. And then create our text the same way we did before. And then create a UI which puts them in a row. Like this, I suppose. Should we call this content? Let's call it text content for now. Is that it? Oh yeah. And what have we got? What's the problem here? So this is supposed to be a text document message. Right, do we have a sidebar on text as well now? Yes, we do. So we've got a little reusable, composable sidebar thing. Great. Great. Sure. All right. So a little bit of work on the sidebar. Let's run it again and see what happened to the status bar. So we've got this status bar area here. It's supposed to be at the bottom down here, but it's not currently. And when we're showing these, it's just disappearing completely. Kind of makes you wonder what's happening to it, doesn't it? Like, where's it going? Let's look at the Home tab for a moment. Right, and this has got a view method on it, which is displaying a column. Let's see if we can center all the items on the view, on the home thing, to make it look slightly less sucky. So let's set the width to fill and height to fill and see what happens, and see if the status bar has magically disappeared. See, the status bar has disappeared. Why? Where's it gone? So our main app has got a view method on it, right? Which says have a toolbar, have a tab bar, and the UI is made of a toolbar, a tab bar, and a status bar. But the status bar randomly disappears if the tab bar's content element has got a height full on it. Also not displayed when a tab container view uses height with length fill. Let's give the status bar let's make this should we make it a container? Yeah, because we want to be able to set the background color on it. So we'll make a container which contains just that, and we're going to give it a fixed height of 32 pixels. Let's see what happens. It's still missing. And we're going to go back to somewhere else entirely different in the code base and remove this. And now we get a status bar area. But we don't know whether it's 32 pixels high because the background color is the same. So let's set the style on it, which uses a container background which takes a color which we're going to build from a hex string of blue. I don't care that it's not going to look nice. I just want to see where it is. I suppose we can just leave that there for now. But we have to unwrap this. So we've got our status bar area, like so. So that's no good. It needs to have a width of length fill. Status bar area. There we go. Right. So yeah. So something with a tab bar. Tab bar is tabs view. Tabs view is it's creating this element, right? It's creating an ISTAW tabs using new. And let's just put length fill on that and see what happens. Okay. It's imported the wrong length. I don't know why it does that sometimes. Right, there we go. Let's see if this makes any difference. Let me just catch up with your messages, social media refugee. I use VS Code and NeoVim. Yeah, you see Vim, you see. Vim. Ugh. Maybe use something else for the GUI. Some sort of middle layer being hidden. Yeah, I don't know. See, it's down the bottom now. What about now? Oh, look, I think we fixed it. We fixed it. Why did this fix it? Why? Why? Why did we fix it? Why did it fix it? Okay, let's make it not that color, and then let's try and, I don't know. Let's make this 555. What do you think is going to happen when I close all the tabs? Oh, look, it stays in the right place. I'm shocked. I'm going to kill it because I don't want it to save my config again. So we fixed some stuff here, apparently. So this is fix the bug where the status bar would not be displayed if a tab used height with a length of if a tab's content view use the height with a length of that is the bug fix. Separate commit for a bug fix. Then let's just verify that real quick by stashing everything and running it again. So I've got a status bar, it's down the bottom. You see, that is the bug fix. Right, let's bring the rest of the things back. Run it again. There's a win, time to quit. Yeah, innit? Oh dear. My whole red-green refactor sort of cycle here for this is... I'm seeing a lot of red. I'm seeing a lot of red. Normally the first attempt with all this stuff is a fail. And then you have to poke it at least a few times before it works with GUI stuff. Other people who have used Iced quit using Iced because the cycle of make a change, restart the application, get the application into the same state that it was that allows you to see the change, and then see whether the change you just made works, and then realize that it didn't work and you need to do something else, and then have to close the application, make the change, restart the application, get it back into the same place. That cycle of doing that is extremely painful. Other developers have told me this, and I would agree with them. It is very painful. And one of the reasons that some of these developers that went through this similar pain started to use Visio is because Visio allows you to create style sheets and do hot reloading of style sheets, but it's not using any web technologies for the style sheets. They look like CSS files. I think they might actually be CSS files, but it's only the CSS that gets reloaded and the GUI updates itself in Visio, which is actually very nice for creating or for updating your styles. But you have to be very careful when you're creating reusable components when you're using style sheets, because things can quickly become a complete and utter mess if you just use one single global style sheet. So there's this sort of trade-off between styles and style sheets and so on, and compile time, styling, and yeah. But if your developers have a painful experience, how are you supposed to expect any UIs that they create using your framework to ever look nice and polished if the amount of time it takes the developer to polish it and make it look nice is so long? They're basically all going to look like garbage and no one's going to care because it's too painful. That's if you bring things to their logical conclusion, right? All the application's going to be missing on features because they're spending all their time trying to make it look nice. Yeah. So this is what we got now. It's coming along. I mean, can we set a maximum height of this tab bar, the tab bar thing, do you think? Because this is silly. Look at this. And the close button as well, and the open button. And what's happened to the close all button when I do this? You see, this is just, I don't like this. So this sidebar thing over here, it's got a 50%, 50% split, right? But you actually don't need a 50%, 50% split. What you want is for the left-hand one to be as small as it can be, and then the right-hand one to take the rest of the remaining space. But therefore you need to know the width of all of the things in the sidebar when you're doing it, and not just the one that you're currently laying out in order to do it. So you need a grid thing for this instead of what we did. But yeah, I mean, this is only a test, so I don't want to spend all my time doing this. Okay. We've got some changes which we need to do. So what's going on with this? So we've fixed the fix me now. Yeah, I suppose I should have deleted this in the other thing. Hold on a second. Let's stash that. Bring that back. Remove the fix me. Amend the commit. And pop that. And then we're going to get merge conflicts, which is fine, because we just do this. suppose. There we go. Right. Right. Let's carry on with that commit. Do. So we've got this change to this. We make it. Yeah. Let's make it look slightly nicer, and then go what, center Y. This is so weird. Why does it take a height? Like, does it mean like what happens if you do this? What do we think is going to happen when we do this? And then no, that's not what I wanted it to do at all. I wanted it to center the text within the status bar. Is it center X? Like, is it a line? See this text, I want it to be vertically aligned in the center of the status bar. Is it a line? Oh, it's a line. And then this align thing takes an alignment. Is it this? What's the difference between align and center? Answers on a postcard, please. A postcard? A postcard? Yeah. Okay, fine. So I guess we've got a commit which has improved the styling of the status bar, right? Home tab. Yeah, okay. Appearance. Probably better. Let's poke the home tab a little bit just to see what we learn here. So we've got this home tab and we've got this home thing and show on starter, but it's all bundled up in the top left. So let's try to make it look less sucky. So we've got a label, we've got this, we've got a text, and we've got this. Let's stick the text in a container. And I do recall seeing a container style of like round bordered box or something like this. Maybe we can do that. What happens? Does the home thing appear in the middle in a box? I mean, it's got a bordered box, but yeah, that's not what I want. I think we want a different one. Is it rounded box? And then maybe how do we change the padding around it? Can we go No. Margin. No. What can we do with the container? Margin. No. We've got a padding. Let's say 20. I don't know. What does padding take? Padding P. So I suppose we have to go... Okay, I suppose that converts it into what? A padding with all the properties set to 20? So that's wrong. So I guess what we need is two things. Because we're using the wrong font for this bit. Let's say icon is going to be this. And let's make a row here, I suppose, with icon and text in it. Am I still evaluating? Social media refugee asked. I am still evaluating. Nothing in Iced yet has made me go, no, it's completely broken and I don't want to live in this world and make desktop apps using it for the next year or so, because that's how long it's going to take for my project, at least. All the other frameworks that I tried so far just made me go, no, I don't want to live in this world. I walked away from them, closed the door behind me, you know. Nothing is Iced has got me to that point yet. I still don't like Iced as yet, however. Not yet, but it's especially the default styling of it. But anyway, look, we've got an icon and a home thing in it, and it's in a box. Right, but I need more padding around the icon. But icons can't have padding. So we have to put this in a container. And apply padding to the container. Unless we do it a different way. There's no padding here. There's no margin here. So, yeah, okay then. So I guess we need to create another container and add padding. What left is it? How do I set or write padding or something like that? It takes a padding. This is a structure. So do we, oh I see, we go padding right 20 pixels. And then I suppose we use the icon container instead of that. And maybe import this and run it. So we've got a bit of a gap there now, which is sort of what we wanted. So let's try and put that whole thing here in the middle. So we've got all our we've got a column. And is this where we go align? Is there a center? No. Align X. Horizontal. Center. Do we do this? Oh. Wait, what? Did I import the wrong thing? Do we not need it? Okay, so we've got that. Then what? Why? So I've got a column with width and height of fill, but the items in the column are top justified still, and it tells me there's no align Y method. So what? Do we need to go? And then we get an align Y? Vertical. Center and horizontal center. Is that what we need? No, that was a total fail. Is it because we need to duplicate these? My understanding of the layout system in ICE is not good. No, that's not it. And this is the cycle of fail. The cycle of fail. Guess again. Let's try and set the background color of the container so that we can see where it is. God, that's a faff doing that. Right. So our container has got this. So should we be using center instead of these because they made no difference? Does center apply to the child things? Centers the contents. Maybe it does. Okay, so no. Center the contents. And then, are these overriding this? Do we need it? No. How do I get this to be here? Why? Do we need the alignment as well? I mean, sets the content alignment, right? Isn't that what center is doing? It goes center X. And then this is just calling a line X, right? So there's no point in me trying to fiddle around with alignment because center is doing that for us, apparently. So why doesn't the content appear centered? My content is a text container and a startup checkbox. Let's just add a color on this and make this green just to see where this is. And of course you can't style a column, so oh god, this is just so annoying. So I suppose we have to go let content container and then style it, and then put that container in another container. Wait, isn't that what we're already doing? That's what we're already doing, isn't it? So that was pointless. Let me undo that. How? What am I missing here? Let's take these off. Who knew? Right. Right, but the next problem is the show on startup checkbox and the home thing are not center aligned. Like, why did that break centering? It's just very unexpected. So we've got a column. And what can we do with a column? Can we go align X, horizontal center? There we go. That did it. Now let's get rid of the red background. It's just as well I've got a fast computer with 32 cores, isn't it? I mean, 32 threads. If I didn't, Doing this would likely be a lot slower. So we've got that, but we need a bit of space between this home thing and the show on startup thing. Now, there's two ways to achieve that, probably. Well, there's probably quite a lot of ways to achieve it, but the two that I can think of off the top of my head are, one, add some padding around the show and startup, or two, well, I guess there's three ways I can think of. Two, add a space element between them, maybe so that I don't have to wrap them. Or three, add a margin instead of padding to the home container. I feel like the simplest way is probably going to be go space. No. Is it a horizontal space? With a height of 20. Does that work? Why didn't my ID complete things? Don't know. Okay, so, you know, it is what it is, I suppose. This status bar area thing down the bottom, yeah, the text is, it needs some internal padding. Let's clear up some. What file are we looking at right now? The Home tab mod. Everything's called mod. Source tabs mod. Okay, fine. Let's commit that. I guess we're improving the Home tab appearance. Well, that wasn't fun. Okay. Let's just amend that with that. There we go. Let's see if we can do something about these warnings. No. Unused variable message. Yeah, I mean, it's true. This is also true. Let's go clean up. Let's push all these changes up. All right. Fine. Next what? What's going on next? Let's have a look. What shall we do? What shall we do? I suppose. Oh yeah, we were looking at that status bar thing, weren't we? I kind of feel I should pull out the status bar into its own thing. Into its own module. Let's do that. Let's call it app status bar, like because we have with the other ones. Yeah, let's do that. Let's derive default for it. And create a view method which takes self and returns some element of something with some messages. So we need a status bar message enum with no messages in it. And then I suppose we have to go to the view method and steal all this and stick it in here. And do some imports. This is one area where Rust Rover needs to improve in comparison to the other IDEs. When you copy and paste some code, it doesn't copy the imports across. It does in like Java and Groovy and other languages, but in Rust it doesn't. I don't know why. You have to just redo them all. Right, so now we're going to go self.status bar.view, perhaps. And then maybe map the messages that come from it. Into a message of type status bar message. And add this. I suppose. Something like that. And then if we define the type of this to be one of these, then maybe it does stuff. But we don't need it. We haven't got a status bar yet. So we need one of those. Status bar message. It doesn't have debug on it. So it needs it. Then we're going to need to add the remaining patterns. We need to handle some message. Let's just rename this to message here as well while we're at it. Just do it. And then we need a function. Which is in the wrong place. That needs to be below that one. And there's no messages, so it returns none. going to add the match. Oops. I'm going to add the match here so that when we start adding messages to it, we'll know that we have to come here and do something with them. There. Sure. Let's just delete a bit of white space. And we've got map status bar, which needs to be in here, I suppose. Okay, run that. Right, status bar message doesn't have clone on it either. It needs clone. And we don't initialize the status bar yet, which is fine. We can do that. And then we've got a mismatch type here. What's this doing? Oh, we probably need to go dot into here. There we go. And since we moved it, we've now got some unused imports. So we've got a status bar, and it's now in a reusable module. Right, so I guess extract the status bar into a module. Thus. Then what? Right, so now we've got this app status bar. We can poke it. So I want a padding of, say, 3 pixels. Just so that it shifts the text in a bit. I mean, do I want a bit more left padding than that? Yeah. Oh, where's the vertical and horizontal methods on padding? Eh? Come on. Horizontal. We're just gonna do it. Right, we don't have this method. We've got this. We've got top botting, and then we've got all this. No. Pub bun horizontal. And it's going to be all of this, except it's going to go right and left. Probably something like this. Oh, it does help if we do this as well, doesn't it? And I suppose we need something that can be converted into the things that it needs so that we can add it to it. Oh, what happened there? We had that already. That's interesting. So it's used here because right takes the something that implements it. Can we go clone here? See, because we don't have clone on there. Let's see what happens. Oh, I don't need to clone it twice. into pixels plus. Is this going to work? Yeah. Padding. I suppose these are all F32s. So how about we don't do that and we go let padding F32 is padding dot into. Right. Does pixels have clone on it? Yes. So we can do that. I suppose create left and right sides, I suppose. And for good measure, we can add the vertical one in. Right? And then we can do a commit. Add horizontal and vertical padding methods. And you know, it'll work. Oh, let's do a PR for that. Why not? Master? Is it master or is it main? It's master today. Oh, I was supposed to create a branch first. Damn it. Sure. Git reset. Head it1 hard git checkout. And then what are we doing? Tab document example, that was it. Yeah, check out tab document. And then git stash pop. There we go. Okay, let's create a pull request for that. Why not? You know. Let's make the world better for everybody, just a little bit at a time. I suppose I should read the contributing guide. What does it say? Look, busy, does not have time. General advice is share ideas with community once you have started a channel communicating. No, this is too simple. Yes, fine. Okay. Let's just create an example. And then use the example that... where is it? Container, padding, status bar. You know. That's what we want, isn't it? Yeah. It's so trivial, it's just like, you know. Oh, look, I've got a typo in the thing. It's supposed to be... nutballs. Hold on. Let me fix that. I copied the comment, and the comment... I didn't update the second comment. Add this one. Okay, we'll go back to this. We'll go to the padding with even top and bottom sides. We've got left and right. Let's change the order of this to be left and right as well. I suppose... yeah. We'll amend that commit. Force push this. Then what? Then check out the tab document UI example. Check the log. Remove that commit. And then cherry pick the commit from the other branch, of which there's only one commit, and then stash pop and run it again to make sure it works and even compiles. Hopefully it will. I've got some padding. There's definitely padding there. Right, okay, I'm going to copy this and refresh this. Okay, it's kept that, good. Okay, I think we're good. Pull request, there you go. Don't say I never do anything. There, simple. I'll just mention it in Discord. There we go. Right, done skidoo. Next. Right. Where do we go? Right, so we've got this and we can use it. Yeah. you know, it's better. Right, moving on. So, where are we? How long have we been going? 2 hours and 20 minutes. What did we do? What have we got so far today? Well, I think we achieved some stuff today. So far. We've got a home tab with the show startup and estates there, and it looks slightly more professional. Yes. And we've got our little thingy-jiggy. Yeah. Okay. Let's check the requirements. So, yeah, requirements. If the home tab is already open, it should switch to it. Let's see if we can knock this requirement off and finish with the home tab, because I think the home tab is nearly complete at this point. So there's basically a method which adds home, right? So I think there's a couple of things wrong with this. The toolbar action is not really supposed to be add home tab. That's the first problem. So let's rename that to just go home. Right. The add home method does indeed add a home tab. I think this println is misplaced and should probably be here. And technically it's only added it at this point. But this method is called in two places. One when the UI starts up and one when you press the home button. So instead of going add home, let's call this show home. Right. And then we need to find out whether the home tab is already in the list of tabs. But we've got tabs, so we can iterate over it. So we can go let is home tab open, which is going to be a boolean. If I remember the programming language that I'm using today. And to do that, we're going to go self tabs, and we're going to, I don't know what, iterate over it, but we can't because we don't have the tabs. So we need to add an iterator method to this. And then what are we doing? I suppose we just go tabs.iter. Probably. Why does it want a boolean? I don't know what's going to be in here. We'll find out from the compiler message. Self.tabs.iter, I suppose. Let's just compile this and see what it says. Well, yeah, I suppose we have to go find, because this is something that returns a boolean. Okay, and I go, I suppose we get a key and a value, and then I suppose we match on the value, and then if it's because the value is supposed to be a tab kind, and then if it's a tab kind home, then we return true. Otherwise, we return false. And then we go if is home tab open. Ideally, you want it to read if home tab is open, but using is as a prefix on Boolean things is sort of like a common pattern. So we're just going to do that. So if the home tab is open, then it's that. Then we do that. And then the other thing we need to do is make it active if it's not. So let's switch these round. And put a to-do there. And then let's finish off this iter thing, which is clearly not correct. Placeholder's not allowed. Return type cannot have this. What does it want? Impl, I suppose. I mean, what does iter give? Because basically it's going to be the same type as this, isn't it? And it's an actual iter. And this key is obviously not going to be key. This is going to be a tab key, and the value is going to be the tab kind, right? And I suppose we need to import, well, whatever iter this is, which I suppose is I don't know. Where is it getting that from? Case sensitive. Is this in a mod somewhere? Slightly confused. Where is it getting that iter from? Is it something that, yeah, I don't know. What are we supposed to do here? Tabs iter. Is it? Should we really be doing this? Should we be doing something that implements iterator? Where's this? Impl, I see. So it goes what? And then the type. Is that? Is there a... Oh, there's it. I think we're supposed to be using this, aren't we? Yeah, I think we're supposed to be using into iter. I'm a bit fuzzy with the into iter versus iter and all the rest of it, if I'm honest. And is this supposed to be... Where's this? I'm confused. I don't know what Intuitor is really supposed to be doing. Into iterator trait. How it will be converted into an iterator. Maybe I should be doing this, but I'm not entirely sure. Do I pick it from the slot map one? Is this right? Key value? What are we doing here? Oh, this is supposed to be find map, I think. And are we supposed to do this? I forget how this find map's supposed to work. There's an option of type B. Wait, what? We've got the tab key, we've got this. And then what are we supposed to return from find map? The function is supposed to return an option, which it does. And then what does it think this is? It thinks this is an option. I don't really care about the option. I just want to return a boolean to see whether it's there. Because what am I supposed to do underneath this? And then does returns the first non-none result. So it would never return some false. I mean, you don't need the argument. So what's... What's the best way of iterating over an array just to see whether one type of thing exists in it? So this find, stopping at the first true. Okay, so instead of find map, we'll go back to using find and we'll return true and false again. And then here now we get an option. Really, I just want a Boolean. I don't want to go if... I don't want to do this. I don't want to say... I don't want to find the home tab itself. Right, which is what this is actually doing. And then I don't really want to go if some... I mean, I suppose it's not totally hideous, but I don't really care about the home tab. I suppose it's not actually that bad, because the next thing we're going to need to do is make it active if it's not, and then we've got the key and the value at this point. Why is it complaining about the key? Oh, do we do match on it? Is it this? I forget my syntax here. What's wrong with this? What am I doing wrong? I'm going mad, I think. Oh, we have to put a let there. Yes, of course you do, because we're doing the assignment. Right. Right, so now I've got the key in the tab. So now I suppose I can go self tabs and then activate with the key, I suppose. And then I guess we need to do something with this. Oops, daisy. Let's put it here. How are we going to activate a tab? I suppose we just go self dot selected and then replace it with the key, and then hope that the update method, the view method, gets called again. I guess this needs to be a mutable self. Why is it complaining? Oh, sure. Why is it moaning? Self tabs behind a shared reference. I don't know. I don't really want to. What are we going to do here? Probably this is wrong. I guess that's interesting that nothing else ever does that. Okay. My first guess is like always wrong. Why? Is it supposed to be this? And then do I need to just import this one instead? Maybe it's that. In lifetime, okay. We don't care about this. Well, we have to do this. Right, maybe it works. Maybe it works. If it compiles, it works in Rust, right? So, if I select this tab and then press home, it's supposed to activate this. It does. This is good. If I close it and then reopen it, it opens it, which is good. There is some weirdness going on there in that the home tab appeared at the start of the list, and really it should appear at the end of the list because it's the last open tab. Because new ones are supposed to go on the right. But because it was previously in the list, maybe it ends up in the same place. Maybe it takes up the first slot in it. Because what we really need is probably an index map instead of a slot map. Or we need to track the keys and maintain a list somehow, and iterate over the insertions rather than iterating over the elements in the slot map. Something like that, or use an index map and iterate over that, which maintains its own order. Yeah. So if it's already active and we press it again, nothing should happen. Which is great. Well, I think we did it. We did it. Look, we did it. It works. Fine. So let's go to the README and update this. If the home tab's already open, it should switch to it. Ta-da! Yeah, that'll do for today. I think that's going to do. So what do we do here? Let's do the commit. So it won't be in the list. Okay. Let's yeah, we know that this worked because, yeah, everything's fine. Everything's totally fine. It's totally fine. And then only when we add a tab do we print out, yeah. Okay. Okay. So we go show home. It's one of those homes that you can walk into and have a look around it. A show home. Oh, we've got an unused thing. No, not that kind of show home. You crazy fool. Yeah. And I guess actually we got these things right as well. I'm going to leave that there now. Tidy that up later. Delete that line. Yeah, that all looks okay. And the toolbar, we changed the name of it to be home. I think we could do better than this. I think this should really be show home now. Home is just a bit, doesn't really show the intent. Oh, and we've got this. The message is supposed to be show home as well. So if you press the show home button, then the action that you're supposed to do is show the home. Yeah, it seems reasonable. We've got to clean up this. We've got all that, right, fine. Only allow one home tab to be displayed. Seems reasonable. Okay, right. Let's push the changes up. Somewhere. Git push hydra tab document UI. Is that one? There we go. Cool. So, where are we at the end of this stream? Let's run it again and have a quick look. We've got a home tab with some content that's centered, with a UI that works. We've got a status bar with some padding on it, both horizontal and vertical padding. We've got a window that can be resized, and we've got a home tab button that works like it's supposed to. And we've got some sidebars with a 50-50 split grid. Technically it is a grid, even though it doesn't know it's a grid. But it's not a very good grid. But it'll do for now. So I guess we need to fulfill some more requirements, of which many are not ticked yet. Let's see if we can... So I guess we've done these, look. We've got the file path ones done. The info sidebar with the grid of key value items. There we go. Yeah. One of the issues I had with previous frameworks is maintaining state on the tabs themselves. Now at the moment, I guess technically some state is maintained. What state am I talking about? So for instance, the home tab displays that checkbox. The document tabs are displaying documents, and the documents have their content and state and so on. So I guess that some of these are actually done. Yeah. Where is it? The state of each tab must be maintained. Tabs. Each tab content must maintain its state without expensive reloads. I think we actually have done that one. If we haven't done it, we'll come back and uncheck that box and fix it. Update requirements. Update completed requirements. Something like that. Yeah. Okay. I feel the next thing I want to work on is either the new tab, but I think I might do that on a stream, and I might poke some of the other stuff first. I think what I'll do is work on the open button, because that should be fairly easy to do and not that interesting. And then perhaps on the next stream we'll try doing the new tab. Yeah. Righto. Okay, so I'm gonna do that and then maybe do another stream later today. Yeah. Yeah. We'll do that. Okay. So yeah, thanks for following along. Hopefully some of this is useful, and you know, even if it's just my experience with trying to write some code, just to see if you can get a feel for what it might be like for you writing code in Iced. I don't know whether you like it or not. Let me know in the comments. Do you think it's as painful as I think? Is it more or less painful in other systems that you've used? Who knows? Who knows? Let me know. Let me know. So, just remember, folks, it's only software. How hard can it be? We'll find out on the next one. See ya.